Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Morning, Angelos.
Hello, good morning.
Are we ready to go?
Please allow 2 or 3 minutes so people sit on their seats.
No problem.
And then we can start.
Good morning, everybody. So welcome to day 2 of our first transnational meeting. I'm just taking the cue for the last person in Piraeus to take their seat so that we can kick off today. Thank you, Mochka, for the message. That's great. Thank you. Wonderful. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to go straight into the formal introduction to the meeting. We're very lucky, I think, today to have with us, I believe, Mrs. Andriana Zarakeli, who's the Vice Mayor for Media, Communications and Public Relations and EU funding programs in Piraeus, and Mr. Dimitris Karidis, who I can see, the Vice Mayor for Programming and Development in the municipality of Piraeus. So I'll hand over to our colleagues in Piraeus to welcome us and introduce us to day 2. Thank you very much.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning to everybody.
Χαιρόμαστε πάρα πολύ που συμμετέχουμε σε αυτή τη συζήτηση.
We are very pleased to participate in this conversation, discussion, meeting.
Καλημερίζουμε τους φίλους μας από την Εσθονία, τη Γαλλία, τη Σλοβενία και την Πολωνία.
We welcome all our friends from Estonia, France, Slovenia and Poland.
Που μαζί τους επόμενους μήνες, μέχρι τον Ιούνιο του 2022, θα δουλέψουμε από κοινού και θα ανταλλάξουμε απόψεις, πρωτοβουλίες και καλές πρακτικές, κυρίως για να προσφέρουμε σε νέους ανθρώπους ευκαιρίες για την επιχειρηματικότητα.
We are very pleased that we're going to cooperate with all of you for the next period until December 22 to offer to young entrepreneurs and young people the opportunity for their employment and future prospects.
Άλλωστε, τα θέματα της καινοτομίας έχουν μπει για τα καλά στην ατζέντα όλης της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, αλλά και γενικότερα στον κόσμο.
In any case, innovation is well in our world, and not only in Europe, but worldwide is the key issue.
Εμείς ως Δήμος Πειραιά εδώ και αρκετά χρόνια δώσαμε πολύ μεγάλο βάρος στα θέματα αυτά της καινοτομίας και της επιχειρηματικότητας.
As a municipality of Piraeus have put a lot of emphasis in innovation issues and matters for some years now, and we are very involved.
Το Blue Growth ήταν η πρώτη μας πρωτοβουλία που, όπως ξέρετε, όλοι βραβεύτηκε ως καλή πρακτική και ήδη έχουμε μπει στο δεύτερο κύκλο της μεταλαμπάδευσης αυτής της πρακτικής και σε άλλους φίλους μας σε άλλες χώρες.
Blue Growth has been the pillar of this trend and has been rewarded as a good practice and has been already transferred to a number of cities, and now you are the second round of another 4 cities that is going to be transferred as a good practice.
Αλλά ήθελα να σας πω, νομίζω ότι ίσως το έχετε πληροφορηθεί και από προηγούμενες συζητήσεις, ότι δεν μείναμε μόνο σε αυτό. Ως Δήμος, αξιοποιώντας χρήματα από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση,
As a municipality, however, this was not the only initiative we took. We have continuously looked for funding from the European Union.
Προσπαθήσαμε και το έχουμε καταφέρει να στήσουμε συγκεκριμένους θεσμούς που θα έχουν και διάρκεια και προοπτική.
We have established specific institutions and structures that they are going to have a perspective and involvement in the European Union funding.
Όπως είναι το γαλάζιο εργαστήριο, το BluAct, για θέματα καινοτομίας και επιχειρηματικότητας, που δουλεύει εδώ και 28 μήνες.
Such as the BluAct, which is occupied in issues that deal with the blue economy and innovation, and has already been operating successfully for the past 28 months.
Το οποίο δυστυχώς δεν λειτουργήσε διαζώσεις έτσι όπως θα θέλαμε, γιατί είχαμε το θέμα της πανδημίας.
Despite the fact that several of its activities were not possible to be done physically due to the pandemic.
Ωστόσο όμως, μέχρι να έρθει η πανδημία στις αρχές του 2020, πέρασαν από το κέντρο και ενημερώθηκαν και εκπαιδεύτηκαν περίπου 600 μαθητές σχολείων.
But despite this fact, despite the adverse situation that COVID caused, 600 pupils have passed the doors of the BluAct and have used the facilities.
Στα θέματα της ανακύκλωσης, στα θέματα των 3D εκτυπωτών, της 3D σχεδίασης, των αυτοματισμών.
Dealing with 3D printing, recycling, automations.
Αλλά και περίπου πάνω από 300 νέοι άνθρωποι, οι οποίοι μετά τους διαγωνισμούς που κάναμε για το Blue Growth, αλλά και ανεξάρτητα από αυτό, δήλωναν συμμετοχή και τους προσφερόντουσαν συγκεκριμένες υπηρεσίες.
And moreover, another 300 persons, some of them that were participants to the Blue Growth competitions, but not only, they participated in several seminars and training.
Ή μπορούσαν να αξιοποιήσουν τον τεχνολογικό εξοπλισμό του γαλάζιου μας εργαστηρίου.
Or they could use all the equipment, the innovative equipment, the 3D printers and whatever is equipped with the BluLab.
Για να προχωρήσουν ακόμα περισσότερο στην συγκρότηση των επιχειρηματικών τους ιδεών και τη δημιουργία επιχειρήσεων startup από εκεί και πέρα.
To proceed with their business, let's say, initiatives and prospects, and to continue further on taking all this practice and experience from the BluLab.
Είχαμε την υποστήριξη τη χρηματοδοτική της Περιφέρειας Αττικής, που είναι το δευτεροβάθμιο όργανο αυτοδιοίκησης για όλη την ευρύτερη περιοχή μας.
We have received funding from the region of Attica, which is the secondary, let's say, structure, and has funded the BluLab.
Και όλες οι υπηρεσίες τους ενδιαφερόμενους δίνονταν δωρεάν.
And all services offered are offered without any charge.
Τώρα θα συνεχίσουμε και στο κομμάτι αυτό ένα νέο κύκλο, γιατί ολοκληρώθηκε ο πρώτος κύκλος και πιστεύουμε ότι και όσο μπορούμε να απελευθερωνόμαστε σε ένα μεγάλο βαθμό από την πανδημία, θα μπορέσουμε να το λειτουργήσουμε ακόμα καλύτερα και να έχει ακόμα μεγαλύτερα και πιο ισχυρά αποτελέσματα.
Having completed the first round of services offered and seminars, we are now beginning the second round, and we hope that it's going to be even more successful, and hopefully without the pandemic, we will attract even more interest and participation.
Συνεχίσαμε επίσης και δημιουργήσαμε ένα κέντρο στήριξης επιχειρήσεων.
We also created a center for business support,
που απευθύνεται κυρίως στις μικρές και πολύ μικρές επιχειρήσεις του Δήμου μας, στον Πειραιά.
which mainly supports small and very small businesses in the region of Piraeus, municipality of Piraeus.
Όπου εκεί τους δίνεται η δυνατότητα στις επιχειρήσεις να πάρουν συμβουλές για το πώς θα δουλέψουν σε βασικούς τομείς, όπως είναι η οργάνωσή τους, όπως είναι η εξελίξη στην αγορά, όπως είναι τα επιχειρηματικά τους πλάνα, όπως είναι το marketing.
Where they are offered the support and advice in many subjects of many issues of their business, such as organization, the development of their business, or structures or other issues that they might their business plans that might be of for their concern.
Υπάρχει πολύ μεγάλη συμμετοχή και αυτή την βλέπουμε σε ένα τελευταίο πρόγραμμα 7 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ που εξαγγείλαμε ως Δήμος μέσα από κοινοτική χρηματοδότηση, και αυτό απευθύνεται στις μικρές και πολύ μικρές επιχειρήσεις που επλήγησαν από την πανδημία.
There is a continuously growing interest in funding as can be expected, and we have managed to acquire funding of 7 million euro specifically to support the businesses that have been struck, let's say, by the pandemic, and they've seen their businesses really shrunk.
Και στις οποίες, ανάλογα με ορισμένα κριτήρια που έχουν τεθεί, μπορούν να πάρουν από 1.500 έως 20.000 ευρώ.
According to certain criteria, those businesses that have been hit by the pandemic can get funding ranging from 1,500 euros to 20,000 euros.
Ανάλογα με τη μείωση κερδών που είχαν συγκριτικά το 19 και το 20 που είχαμε την πανδημία, τα κέρδη που μπορεί να είχε κάποια επιχείρηση, αλλά και τους εργαζόμενους που απασχολούν, διότι στην ουσία θέλουν και μέσα από αυτά τα προγράμματα να διασφαλίσουμε και να προστατέψουμε την απασχόληση στις επιχειρήσεις.
The criteria depend on the percentage of loss that these businesses have had, as well as the number of employees, as we want to protect both the businesses as well as the unemployment in our city.
Το τρίτο μεγάλο πρόγραμμα που ξεκινάμε είναι ένα πρόγραμμα για τις νεοφυείς επιχειρήσεις, τις startup, πολύ συγκεκριμένο προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Όλα αυτά βέβαια στο πλαίσιο της γαλάζιας οικονομίας και της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, γιατί ο Πειραιάς είναι το μεγαλύτερο λιμάνι της Ελλάδας αλλά και της Μεσογείου και φιλοδοξούμε σε κάποια χρόνια να είμαστε στην πεντάδα των ευρωπαϊκών λιμανιών.
Another strand of activities is focused in supporting startups that are actually active almost exclusively in the blue economy, as Piraeus is among the largest ports in Europe, and we aim to soon be among the 5 biggest ports in the world.
Και το τελευταίο πρόγραμμα που θέλω να σας αναφέρω, που το θεωρώ σημαντικό, είναι ότι σε ένα μεγάλο σχολικό συγκρότημα της περιοχής μας, όπου έχει μαθητές τεχνικών λυκείων και επαγγελματικών λυκείων, ξεκινάμε συνεχίζοντας ένα πρόγραμμα ευρωπαϊκό, το Pop Μάκινα, να κάνουμε ένα εργαστήριο κυκλικής οικονομίας και επαναχρησιμοποίησης υλικών, κυρίως υφάσματος ξύλου, γυαλί, πλαστικό.
And also, focusing in the circular economy through another EU-funded project in a school group of buildings, let's say, we have established a laboratory on circular economy that recycles materials, wood or plastic, and produces goods out of it.
Αυτό θα απευθύνεται κυρίως στην εκπαίδευση, αλλά και σε συνανθρώπους μας, οι οποίοι νέους ανθρώπους, οι οποίοι θέλουν να ασχοληθούν σε αυτούς τους τομείς. Όλα αυτά βέβαια που σας ανέφερα εμπλέκονται και διασυνδέονται άμεσα με τις πρωτοβουλίες που έχουμε σε σχέση με τα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα που αναζητούμε στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και τα τρέχει η συνάδελφος αντιδήμαρχος κυρία Ζαρακέλη και γίνεται πολύ καλή δουλειά.
As you understand, all this range of activities are interlinked, and we are always keen in promoting projects being funded by the European Union, and they are headed by the other Vice Mayor, Mrs. Adriana Zarakeli, who is head of this initiative.
Και επίσης, μέσω ενός αναπτυξιακού οργανισμού που φτιάξαμε στον Δήμο, που είναι μια ανώνυμη επιχείρηση μονοπρόσωπη, δηλαδή που στην ουσία το μετοχικό κεφάλαιο ανήκει στο Δήμο.
As well as through our newly established development company, solely owned by the municipality of Piraeus.
Γιατί μέσω αυτού του οργανισμού, σε συνεργασία βέβαια με το προσωπικό και τις υπηρεσίες του Δήμου, θέλουμε να τρέξουμε με πιο γρήγορες και ευέλικτες διαδικασίες ένα σωρό θέματα που αφορούν μελέτες ή προγράμματα για την πράσινη ανάπτυξη, για την βιώσιμη κινητικότητα, για τις αναπλάσεις πολλών περιοχών στο Δήμο μας, προγράμματα για την ψηφιακή σύγκληση, που νομίζω αυτά αποτελούν κοινό τόπο ως προτεραιότητες σε όλη την Ευρώπη και μέσα από το πρόγραμμα ανάκαμψης που εξελίσσεται και πηγαίνει σε όλες τις χώρες και μέσα από το νέο ΕΣΠΑ που αυτά τα θέματα αποτελούν τις προτεραιότητες της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
We aim to support all our activities towards green development, restructuring, and digital innovation, let's say, as also these priorities are the country's priorities and are also being EU funded. And this development company aims to have more, let's say, flexible development, always in cooperation with the services and the employees and the staff of the municipality.
Με αυτή τη μικρή μου τοποθέτηση προσπάθησα να σας δώσω μια συνολικότερη εικόνα των πρωτοβουλειών του Δήμου στο κομμάτι αυτό της καινοτομίας και της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης και της επιχειρηματικότητας, που βέβαια έχει να κάνει μέσα με την προοπτική που πρέπει να δώσουμε στους νέους μας.
I have tried to give you an overview of all our activities that aim to support sustainable development as well as employment for young people in our municipality.
Δεν είναι εύκολα πράγματα. Κάνουμε πολύ μεγάλες προσπάθειες και σκληρή δουλειά για να πετύχουμε αυτούς τους στόχους. Πιστεύω ότι το αντίστοιχο συμβαίνει και σε εσάς.
As obviously you realize, and it may happen to your municipalities as well, all these activities are not easy. They involve a lot of hard work and time, and really our vision to boost the growth of the municipality of Piraeus.
Και πιστεύουμε ότι και από τις δικές σας τοποθετήσεις και εμείς θα έχουμε να πάρουμε έτσι πολλές ιδέες και εμπειρίες από αντίστοιχα προγράμματα που τρέχετε εσείς, ανάλογα με τις ανάγκες βέβαια που υπάρχουν, στις δικές σας πόλεις και στις δικές σας χώρες.
We really expect that our cooperation will be fruitful, mutually fruitful, as we're going to exchange experiences and views on all these issues that are common issues that we face.
Καλή δουλειά λοιπόν και καλή συνεργασία σε όλους μας. Να είστε καλά.
All the best to your meeting. Thank you all, and good cooperation throughout this project and even more projects.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karadis, for a very interesting overview of everything that the municipality is doing to support small businesses and startups. It's a very good work that you do in the municipality. I don't know if anybody has any questions or anything that they want to raise. Mr. Karadis, anything at all? I don't see any hands, so I think we should say thank you very much and have a great day for the rest of the day. Thank you. So for the next phase of the meeting, we were really going to get into some of the operational issues by looking at our very briefly organizing our third project coordination meeting, just to deal with some of the operational issues and questions that we have to address as we move forward in the project. From the discussion yesterday with Tioni, I made a note of 4 particular issues that we were going to try and discuss in this meeting. The first one was just a little bit about the joint convention process, which I'm looking for Tioni to explain a little bit about, which I can see from the setup in Piraeus. She's just bidding the mayor or the vice mayor a good day and saying goodbye to the vice mayor. So we'll come back to that. The issue also of talking about dates of future meetings and coordinating some of our future activities in the network. We need to, I think, just have a conversation about that, just to make sure that we know what's in the diary for the next few months or so. Also, whether there are any questions for Lida from yesterday's presentation, or and also some feedback from the URBAC seminar on the 9th of September. Obviously, some of us were not there, but I'm interested to know whether you found it was useful or interesting and informative. And then the other one was just for us to try and pick off any operational issues that we need to discuss in relation to the running of the network and the organization of the network. I see that Tioni still, I don't think is back yet, so I shall give it a minute or two until she returns, unless colleagues in Piraeus want to perhaps let me know how long you think Tioni will be.
Jim, good morning. She'll be back in a couple of minutes, so just give her a few minutes.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Whilst we're waiting for Tioni to return, can I ask those people that participated in the seminar on the 9th of September about network management? Does anybody have any feedback on that session? Anything that you know they'd like to report? Yes, Isabel, I'm interested.
Hello, everybody. Yes, so it was interesting. Just one point I wanted to mention is the FLC selection, which, because it's always different from one European project to another. In fact, that's what I found there. So it's very different depending on the country you are from. Just to say that Céline is very good if you have any question, like for the French, it was very specific. So I just contacted her after, and so it's all clear now. But just to let people know that they have to check depending on their country. It's quite different.
Very, very useful feedback. Thank you, Isabel. And you're, I guess, very experienced in running European projects anyway, so you'll adapt and flex accordingly. So yeah, that's good. That's good. Any other comments from the from any of the other participants who were able to attend the seminar on the 9th of September? No. So everybody was happy. Carolina, Anna, did you manage to go to the seminar? You managed to attend?
Yeah, I took part in the seminar. It was really helpful. Now we need to make a discussion in our organization, and probably because, yeah, we didn't have time because of the changes that are happening. So probably then we will have some questions about the procurement, maybe. Yeah, but we need more time to read the documents. But it was really, really helpful.
That's great. That's good. Really useful feedback. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. I see Tioni has returned. So welcome back, Tioni. You will have missed my introduction to the sort of topics that we might want to cover in our third coordination meeting. So I'll just flash the slide up again very quickly. I think we discussed yesterday the idea of this coordination meeting just having a very brief discussion about the joint convention process with the 15th of October deadline. If you could perhaps explain a little bit about how you envisage this process will work. Do partners need to be sent? Do partners need to be sent electronic documents, or is it paper documents for signing?
Okay, Jim, yes, regarding this issue of joint convention, as I said, within the next week, we'll send to all partners the appropriate joint convention that can be signed. It will be better by digital signature. I don't know if all of if they have, but we prefer with digital signature. Maybe ask each one. Isabel, do you have a digital signature?
Sorry, what do you mean by digital signature? I mean, is it? I mean, Is it we scan a signature and we send you the scan, or is it something different?
Not scanned, is something official, but it's digital. It is not just signed scan way. Do you have this format or not?
I don't know. I have to check.
Okay, we have time. There is no problem. Check, and if you don't have, in this way, we'll proceed with the original.
Okay.
Okay. Also, Anne, do you have this digital way for signature or not?
Yes, we have. So probably we can use it. Yeah, this is the electronic signature. Yeah, this is how it's called in Poland. Yeah.
Although just to mention that we may have a new board member, and we are not sure when he's gonna join us. So we might be in the time of transition when the new person is on board. So I don't know whether the new person is gonna have the digital signature by the 15th of October. So that could be.
Okay. Meantime, which do you know who is, but you don't have the signature, the digital signature of him, I suppose.
He will probably join us in November, but yeah, we need, it's like, you know, it's transition time. It's a lot of new information, so we will let you know.
Okay, okay. And Mocha? I prefer this was correct?
It's Moitza. It's okay. I'm not sure, but I think we have also a digital, a signature. I will need to ask.
Okay. In this way, we're going to proceed the next week. But we have 2 weeks and more to have this document back from you. It's not something, it's about our official budget. This is the one that we have already on our application form, and the date that this project start and end. This is what is the start, what is the end date of it. And the general conviction about the budget and the project. It's not something, the application form is more detailed about the structure and the procedure of the project. It's not so much detail. It's a more regulatory form of the application form. Nothing, it's not for the work packages of the project. I'll send you, it's not so big problem. But it's have also the budget, that is the one that we have the same in the application form. So regarding this, Jim, we are okay.
Yeah, no, that's very useful. Very helpful, Tioni. So I think unless anybody's got any questions about the joint convention, I think that's really useful information. So I think everybody knows that they should expect a communication from Piraeus fairly soon on that, and that they will need to try and see whether they can turn around the signing of the joint convention fairly quickly. So that's good, very useful, thank you. The other topic that we were going to have a conversation about was about the future dates of future meetings. We have obviously a coordination meeting every month according to the application form. So we need, I think, to think about our future coordination meetings for October, November, and December, for example. Maybe if we think about the next 3 months and the forward schedule that would be good. We also, I think, need to have a conversation about our next transnational meeting, which is due to be in Boulogne-sur-Mer. It was scheduled originally for December, and Isabel has asked whether it's possible for us to move this until January. And so we need to maybe think about scheduling those dates so that people can get it in their calendar and in their diary, and then we can start to work with Boulogne-sur-Mer on developing the agenda. I wondered, Tioni, do you have any opinions or views about whether we could possibly move the next transnational meeting to January at all, rather than hold it in December?
About ourselves for the team of the project, I mean, there is no problem for January. Perhaps it's better because it's after Christmas, and we don't have all this preparation in front of us. I'll suggest also, Jim, do you have, so for us, it's okay for all the team. What about you?
Yeah, no, I think this is not a problem. I don't envisage any difficulty with moving the next transnational meeting to January. I think the only challenge for our partners will be that we will then, I think, have our next meeting quite soon after the January meeting in March. So I think as long as people are comfortable and happy with that, then that's fine. I guess the next question in terms of our January meeting in Boulogne-sur-Mer is also whether it's a virtual meeting or whether it's a physical meeting. And I don't know, I feel almost like this is a conversation that we need to have amongst the partners based on their current COVID regulations, based on their individual countries' attitude towards traveling, whether they are going to need to quarantine after foreign travel and this kind of thing. So I want to open up the discussion to everybody to see whether they feel now is the right time in order to have a physical meeting, or whether the restrictions mean that they feel that it needs to be continued to be virtual. What do people think? Anybody at all?
I may say
Yes.
it's very difficult to say at that point what's going to happen in January, because the regulations keep changing, and in Poland at least we are just waiting for another movement as the numbers are growing. So we may face maybe not a lockdown, but more restrictions in upcoming months. So it's really hard to prognose what's going to happen in December or January.
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment, I think. Anybody else got any other views?
Sorry, it's I agree absolutely with Carolina. We have the same problem, and generally it's a problem because you cannot forecast what is going to be to the next day now. But also I want to ask Isabel if in which way they can do this meeting. If they can do it in physical only way, or can do in hybrid way, both fiscal and social, sorry. Or online, yes, online, or just online itself. There are 3 ways to do a meeting. So, what you are possibly can you do?
Isabel, you're on mute.
You're mute.
Sorry.
Well, in fact, of course, we would be very delighted to welcome you physically in Boulogne, especially if you want to visit like the Living Lab or other, and the sites like the, but I think at the moment in France, as long as you've been vaccinated twice, you don't need quarantine or whatever. You just have, like, at the moment, we are starting again our visits to our Belgium and Dutch partners. It's really a relief, but I know that in some countries it's still difficult. Like in the UK, we don't at the moment. I don't know. Apparently in Poland it seems to be difficult. I don't know. So I think after this meeting, it would be nice if each of us could like send the actual state, how is it like at the moment? What do you have to do to travel? Is it just like showing your passport, your European passport, and then that's fine, or not? Or is it stricter? Because then we could say we can make a final decision like maybe 2 months in advance, because I'm aware that, for example, for Poland, it's really too early now. I think it's Poland in March, I don't remember, but I think for the partners in March, whoever they are, it's a bit too early to say now. And for Boulogne, maybe we can wait until maybe November to decide, I don't know. But I would, we would really be happy if we could do that. Then maybe I have to check here with my Boulogne partner if it's possible, like to do virtual meeting for part of the for some of the partners who would not be able to come, but still welcome some of the partners who could come. I don't know. That's a discussion we need to have, but I think it might be possible. I don't
Brilliant,
know.
thank you. So I think Isabel, your suggestion is a sensible one in terms of waiting until November, and we can afford to make a decision maybe in November about whether we make it a physical meeting or not, and we can see how everybody feels at that time and how the pandemic is at that time. I think the sensible thing also to do would be for us to ask you to look into some potential options of dates, if that were possible, to see how certain dates are for you for our visit. And I'm looking at the calendar at the moment, and assuming that most people would not want the first week in January, because I assume that to some extent we are coming back from Christmas and we need to get into our work patterns after the first week of January. But I do wonder about whether we might ask you to have some internal discussions with your colleagues. And also Tioni, I think from Piraeus' perspective, I'd like you to also have an opinion maybe a little bit on either the 13th and 14th of January or the 20th and 21st of January, which both of which are Thursday and Friday. I don't know about anybody else, but I like the idea of a Thursday and Friday meeting, because to some extent it means that traveling anywhere a visit will probably take the Wednesday, if you see my point. So it only requires one other working day of traveling on the Wednesday, and it takes 3 days out of the diary, meaning also that people can choose if they want to stay longer over the weekend or use the weekend for return travel if that's required. So is everybody happy with a Thursday and Friday proposal for transnational meetings? Yeah, I see some nodding. Yep, Isabel, do you want to come back?
Yes, yes, no problem with this Thursday and Friday for me. It's just I would just like to suggest because of course we are not going to give you dates now because we need to check internally with other partners in Boulogne. So just to make sure that it can be possible, can we also have the 27th and 29th of January just in case the two other dates would not fit?
Yeah, I don't personally have a problem with that. My only worry, as I say, is that we are pushing it further and further away from our December deadline. But maybe explore what the art of the possible is, and discuss with colleagues, and come back with your feelings about those different dates. Yeah, Tioni, did you want to come in?
Yes. I'm have the same worry about the too close distance about the second, the third transnational meetings, because if we have it at the end of January, is the problem. In the middle of the January, I believe it's the most suitable dates. This is my goal.
Okay, so in that case, it's just I'm just looking for a second option just in case it wouldn't fit.
Yes.
If you prefer a second option instead of end of January, we can have like the 6th and 7th just in case, because it's not right when you come back from Christmas. It's really the end of the week. So I don't know. Maybe it's just as a second option, but we can try our best to have either the 13th and 14th and 20th and 21st. But just to check.
In Poland, yeah, as Anya says, in Poland is a bank holiday on 6th of January.
Ah, okay. Well, okay. Well, we try our best then to do either the 13th, 14th or 21st. And in second shops, it really doesn't work. We'll get for the 27th, 20. But we try those first two ones. We come back to you very quickly.
Brilliant. Thank you, Isabel. That's great. And Carolina, thank you. It's always useful to know when people have bank holidays on a Thursday, which is very strange for us. A bank holiday in the middle of the week is unusual, but no, that's wonderful. That's great. Super. So Isabel, I'll put an action for you to investigate and come back to us with any thoughts or comments. So that's super. Wonderful. The last and final point, Tioni, that we had potentially to discuss in this coordination meeting was whether there were any questions or any particular feedback from Lida, or whether Lida wanted to add anything more to from her presentation yesterday, which I understand was slightly rushed. But I see from, I think, your setup in Piraeus that Lida is not currently with you. Is that correct?
You see very well. Lida is signing a paper now, and he's next to us, but is not in this room. In a few minutes, he will be in this room, but not now. Perhaps we can go. We'll come back again about the financial in a few minutes. Okay.
No problem. That's fine. We can pick that up when Lida's in the room. That's great. So the last point is one of any other business for our coordination meeting. Is there anything else operational? I know, Carolina, your request yesterday for a list of BluAct documents, and I shall include that in the note from this meeting as an action for us. Is there anything else at all that people want to raise of an operational nature around finance, project management, network management, or the such like?
Just to add on my yesterday's question, I went back to the base camp again, and I found that even though I haven't found a folder for the BluAct project itself, but there were different folders for the general documents and tools from BluAct secretary, as far as I understand that. So I think, because we haven't received the presentation yet, but I think that some of the documents Lida mentioned are there, like number 1 to 7 or something like that, if that's the case. But also I got the impression that there were more documents in the presentation that Lida mentioned. So we got that, but if there is anything else we should comply to, that would be wonderful to also or get guidance where to look.
Okay, no problem. We'll do that, and thank you for your dedication at visiting base camp yesterday after such a busy day of work. It's good to know that you've been able to access it and have a look around, but we will make sure we send you some links for useful documents and things like that. So that's great. Gail, I see you have a hand up. Do you want to ask your question?
Yes, please. It's just that I saw that Nausicaa will be closed for the 3 first weeks of January, because we close the facility every year to do some maintenance on the equipment. So if we plan to have a technical visit of the facility, it won't be possible in the first 3 weeks of January. We have to choose the last week, in fact. We still have the possibility to enter into the workspace and the Blue Living Lab itself, but no access will be possible to all the technical facilities, including tanks and so on. That's just an information to help us choose the right date.
Okay, that's very useful to know and very helpful. I think maybe a little bit it's difficult for us to conceive how much of a loss it will be not to have access to the tanks. You know better than us. Maybe this how much that could be a useful aspect of our visit, but maybe Isabel, you factor that into your thinking as well when you look for dates, and that'd be great. Thank you, Gail. Super. Really useful to know. Any other questions on coordination matters? No, I don't think so. Super. So I think we will draw the coordination meeting to a close. A little bit behind time, but that's not a problem at all. The next phase of the meeting is, I think, we're going to focus on transfer roadmaps, and to some extent for the participant cities, the partner cities, to present a little bit of information about their own city and their own thinking about their transfer roadmaps. Clearly, we have a process that we have set out for us to complete the Word document and the Word version of the transfer roadmap until the end of October. And so at this meeting, I had asked each one of you perhaps to prepare some of your early thoughts and some of your early thinking. I know in discussion, particularly with Gdansk, for example, They are being very open about the fact that they are they've lost a member of their team, of their staff. Tomasz, who was one of their directors, has recently moved on, so they're a little bit concerned that they may not be able to provide the full detail of what might be in the transfer roadmap, but I'm not overly worried about that. I think it's useful, if you can, to still present some information about your city and some background. And I'm pleased that Carolina's nodding, so she's obviously still able to make a small presentation. So I'm going to hand over, if I can, to the cities to make a presentation. I am so sorry, Isabel, and Boulogne-sur-Mer or Gail, whoever is going to make the presentation, but because of the way you are laid out on my screen, I'm going to pick you first, if that's okay. So if it's all possible, can I ask you to provide an input into some of your background about Boulogne-sur-Mer and some of your early thinking about your transfer roadmap?
I don't know how to share my screen. Can you give me my, oh yeah, can you see my screen? Okay, is it okay? Do you all see my screen? Great, okay. So, Boulogne-sur-Mer. So I like this picture because it gives you an overview of different aspects of the city. You have the heritage with the oldest part of the city. You have the coastal aspects of the city, and you have Nausicaa, which is quite a big asset in the city. So Boulogne-sur-Mer District Council is not very big. It's only 116,000 inhabitants. It's located in the Hauts-de-France region in France. So for people who don't know very well, it's really at the top of France, really close to the Belgian border. And we are located not next, well, we are located really on the coastal area, just on the other side of the UK border. The area hosts the most important fishing port of France and is the main European place for seafood products processing and marketing sector. And in Capécure, which is the industrial area, where more than 380,000 tons are processed each year. Tourism is also an important economic sector for Boulogne-sur-Mer and its whole area around. And as I explained yesterday, we are located in the Côte d'Opale, which is really a nice place, very wide, and it counts many touristic infrastructures. And the area counts lots of assets: wine, nature, lovely preserved coast, heritage, museums, but also Nausicaa, which is the largest sea center in Europe. I would like to show you a very short video. It's about 2 minutes, but it will give you some some picture, a bit more, but just trying to share that. Well, so it gives you a bit more.
À mon avis, c'est donné un point de vue de sorte qu'ils puissent voir,
Strange.
regardez cette mer
I have to check.
magnifique que nous voyons aujourd'hui et que le soleil est avec nous.
That's it. Continue. So we started to work on the needs analysis in the territorial context. So the challenges. So we have identified all these challenges. So foster innovation and entrepreneurship culture, it's really a big challenge. To make sure more projects come live after the competition. To integrate Blue innovation to the training courses in Boulogne. To improve the maritime sector knowledge to wider public. To attract and keep talents in Boulogne-sur-Mer. Yesterday, someone talked about the brain drain. That's really something we suffer from as well here. And to create a maritime data environment in order to foster innovation. How we have addressed it. So this year, new workshops, but also more workshops will be planned after the competition in order to improve the project quality and make them more ready for the market. We started over the past years to organize specific innovation competitions for schools, called that Camp de l'Innovation, but some more will be organized this year. So if we need more information about that, feel free to ask and we'll explain. A new training course is being implemented at the moment. It's called the BMER. It's at secondary school level. It's the brevet d'initiation à la mer. And it's really a good opportunity for pupils to become aware of maritime culture and job opportunities in this sector, which are quite important. And the ULCO stands for Université Littorale Côte d'Opale, University in Boulogne, offers many opportunities such as diplomas dedicated to seaside environment, seafood and aquatic products, seafood quality, seafood sanitary safety, agro-food and seafood processing quality. Our motivation, so you can see here the poster of the competition that will take place this year in November in Boulogne. So we've been involved in many different European projects, many interregs. So BluAct is really our first time, and we're really happy to join this opportunity. Since the past 10 years, we've been working with many different marine stakeholders, and we've been working with them for the organization of the festival and ocean innovation each year. So this event has really grown gradually and now became more and more important, and it federates many people and organizations. So we really have sort of a ULG was already existing, but it is growing this year. We have some more like Aquimer who is joining this year, so which is really good. You have here the website link. So if you want to know more about the festival, where you can see the different challenges where the groups are going to work, and lots of pictures and the types of activities which are organized. So this year, the challenge consists in enhancing the group coordination and largely ULG. We will have new stakeholders. We also want to upgrade local competencies with new methodologies and tools to promote innovation and design thinking in the local area. Also, we're going to disseminate good practice to local partners and networks. We'll organize events and activities throughout the year, before and after the Innovation Festival. We have assets, but also barriers. So assets, as you can guess, we have quite a strong local maritime history and culture. good network of stakeholders dealing with maritime innovation. We have a cluster of companies in the fish processing sector, so Aquimer, as I was mentioning a bit earlier, facilities, the university, but also the Blue Living Lab. And we have political support, existing collaborative governance bodies, experience in transnational working. But we also have weaknesses like a lack of an overall blue economy strategy. So we hope to use the opportunity of BluAct to, well, to have a more, well, a stronger strategy there. And also the competition at the moment is not region-wide, but it's too local. Our local level activities. So Aquimer is the seafood product clusters and works closely with the university, research agencies and seafood processing sectors to develop new products, methodologies and tools. Our research knowledge, we have several stakeholders in this field, so the university, but also Ifremer. And then we have Nausicaa, so which is the largest aquarium in Europe. Then our local level activities. So we also have different stakeholders supporting business development, which are involved. A tourism stakeholder, Pas-de-Calais Tourisme, and different ICT, digital smart cities stakeholders. And Boulogne-sur-Mer Développement Côte d'Opale, our agency is called, in fact, Attractivity, Urban and Economic Development Agency. We are in charge of the Galpa Littoral. So Galpa Littoral, that's what my colleague Florence is in charge of. She works with European funding for the fishing, FEAMP. So it's dedicated to project creation linked to the sea sector. And we are also in charge of Boulogne-la-Mer en direct. Another team works on that, which is more the promotion of events and initiatives connected with the sea sector. And the ULG coordination will be done by us. I will now leave the floor to Gaëlle, who will say a few words about the Blue Living Lab.
Thank you, Isabelle. Hi again to everyone. So I'm Gaëlle Jean. I'm in charge of the Blue Living Lab in Boulogne-sur-Mer. The Blue Living Lab is a part of Nausicaa's projects. We launched it 2 years ago. And our mission is to develop innovation related to the sea and to use the facilities, Nausicaa's facilities, to support innovative projects related to the ocean. So we are an innovation and incubation platform. Our mission is really to create a link between all the components of our ecosystem, meaning our visitors, almost 1 million a year, the university and the research here in the north of France, and the economic sector, while giving an access to all our facilities, all our workers in here who are specialized in various fields, such as aquariology, water improvement and analysis, but also mediation and science and technological sensibilization, all of those thematics related to the ocean. So we work with a wide network of experts all around Europe and all around the world. And we want to give access to this network to project holders who will come here in our facility. In this picture, this street picture, you can have a view of this interaction we want to create. Over a period of 3 to 6 months, project holders can have access to a workspace open to them 7 days, all the week long, and they can have access to the expositions, meaning all the visitors' facilities, but also to all technical aspects of Nausicaa, including tanks and digital devices to develop their projects and their prototypes. So we have an educational dimension. We really want to include our visitors in the process of innovation, giving them the opportunity to be the end users of technologies. And this is the way we engage project holders in the process, explaining them that they have the possibility in here to have access to their markets and their future end users, and to develop their prototypes and service with these potential end users. That's our value here in Nausicaa, and that's what we put in front of our project, in fact. So we have different areas. We are covering all the maritime sector, in fact, from biotechnologies to water quality monitoring. And nowadays we are hosting projects on artificial intelligence related to fish detections, but also we are working on some applications to make sense, to raise awareness. And we are working on drones, aquatic drones. So we have various kind of projects hosted in here right now, and the various toolbox. We have a lot of tools. We are developing new ones, and in the frame of this project, that's a big opportunity for us to develop new tools, new approach, and to learn from each other on how to give the best mentorship to our project holders. That's all for me. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Gaëlle. So as you see, we're really pleased to work with them. They're really a good partner. Our role in the transnational level activity. So as you see, our next step is the Innovation Festival in November 2021, where we will take the opportunity to promote the BluAct program and inform the partnership about this competition. And then we will organize the first transnational meeting, so in January 2022. We'll come back to you very soon with date proposals. And we really hope there's going to be a live meeting, but we have to wait until November, as we said earlier on. And of course, we are organizing with the Blue Living Lab the transnational meeting with the ULG, but we also be attending other transnational meetings. We would like to organize our support offer to the development of activities in the blue economy sector. Following the needs expressed by the hackathon's winners, we will really plan a program of specific workshops to support them in 2022. And we will also share experience with the other project partners. We want to be inspired by identified solutions. And we've noticed yesterday that quite a lot has already been done in phase 1, so we'll carefully have a look on that. And so it's really a good opportunity for us. These are the key milestones and outputs that we've identified. So November, that's the competition in Boulogne. Then from December to June, the dedicated workshops to upgrade the awarded projects and help them to become live projects more ready for the market, the transnational meeting, and then the other meeting plans. The risk we've identified. So, of course, unfortunately, the pandemic is not completely finished, and we have to keep that in mind. So we always need to have this option to be able to work online as an alternative. But as many of us, I mean, I think everybody here, I mean, involved, used to working in Europe in projects. I mean, we are all very keen to meet in real life, and we know how important it is also to meet people on site. And it helps really to understand better the challenges when you can actually see the sites. But well, we keep our finger crossed for 2022. The big risk as well is the lack of project development. Like sometimes you have some participants in the hackathon who come to the hackathon, but they don't really will to develop the ideas after the competition. So if you had almost no participant or nobody who would like to develop that after, that's also a risk. Well, thank you very much. If you have any questions, we are here.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I think I will give you a virtual round of applause. There you go, for a wonderful presentation. Thank you, Isabel and Gail. That's wonderful. Does anybody have any questions for the team from Boulogne-sur-Mer on their presentation? I have 3 questions, if I can, Isabel. The first one is, I'm interested to understand a little bit about which department in the municipality leads the hackathon work and the work with schools. I sense personally that you're very closely aligned to the education department, so I'm interested to understand you know, who kind of leads this work. I'm also interested to understand why on your hackathon poster you have a list of a range of different cities across the globe, which is interesting maybe to learn more about. And the third question, I think, is one for Gail, really, which is when you say you have 1 million visitors a year, in my mind, I immediately think of you being a research institute that it also operates as a visitor center or an aquarium type facility for the public to experience underworld adventure, undersea adventures. Do I have this perception correct? So they're my 3 questions, really.
Okay, so I will start, and I think you'll then ask my colleague Florence to continue. So first of all, just to make things clear, it's not the city of Boulogne themselves organizing the hackathon and connection with the schools. It is the agency. So as I explained, I mean, we are an urban economic development agency, and we work really on behalf of the whole Boulogne-sur-Mer District Council. So we work in connection with them, but we lead on hackathon. So it's the team led with, it's Florence and Adrien who have joined us this morning, who are really doing that work in connection with many other stakeholders. So for example, the work we do with the schools, we have some stakeholders with whom we can do that. So we have the university as well that works with us. But Florence will say a few words as well on that. And for the reason why you have like Brest and many other cities on the second poster of the hackathon, it's from, I think it's from last year. We've had the opportunity to be a member of an overall group of cities that organize hackathons, so they take place at the same time. But again, I prefer asking Florence to tell you exactly how it works.
So, hello everybody, I'm here with Adrien, my colleague. We are the coordinator of the hackathon and in Boulogne-sur-Mer, and yes, there is a group which and you can find in this group one, perhaps Isabelle Lucie Maillard. She's elected at the district for the innovation and numeric. So she's only the new one elected person who can help us to bring this idea on the a new level with the district and the council. That's good, Isabelle. You can help me if it's not good for you. So so that's why we coordinate, Adrien and me, the organization of the hackathon in participation with other stakeholders in Boulogne. So it's sometimes people in charge of employment, sometimes involved in education, in numeric, and associations for young people. Some way, it's a local group, not a new LG, but a local group which is very involved in numeric subjects. So we are only, Adrien and me, the two people which we take the lead of this group and decided to organize and to mettre en musique, comment on pourrait dire ça, voilà. To
coordinate, in fact, they really coordinates the whole group.
And we are a lot of countries in the world, because at the beginning of the story, the hackathon began at the same time that Brest in France. So just the first year, so 6 years ago, we share with Brest, and during 5 years, we have a lot of contact between us. So one time we are going to Brest to see the event on place and to share with us. The next year, Brest come in Boulogne to see how the event is organized in Boulogne. And last year, they decided in Brest to organize with contact all over the world a hackathon. So it was the first experience with the pandemic. It's very difficult for us. So a lot of countries, they decided not to participate. But this year, on this time, it will be about 15 different towns in the world. So in Brest, it's the Technopole, the Campus Mondial de la Mer, which supports the Ocean Hackathon. So it's natural, naturally, we begin with us and we continue the story with Brest because we are, there is a link between us since 6 years.
Brilliant, thank you. I think that explains a little bit about who organizes it and maybe how the other cities listed on the poster participate. So that's very helpful. So I suppose, Gail, my last question was really just for you about understanding Nausicaa a little bit more in terms of whether it's a visitor center.
No, it's really a visitor center, and I would say the first role of Nausicaa is to be a touristic place and to attract tourists here in Boulogne-sur-Mer. That's our first mission as a company, because we are a company audited by the public sector, but we have a business model based on, I would say, a real business model. We depend on entries and visitors mostly. But we have been involved in various projects, European projects, since the past 20 years, funded by DG Mare and DG Research. And that's how we entered in this sector of innovation and knowledge transfer. And we wanted to develop this part more, and we engage ourselves in this direction while we develop this program. But as I told briefly, we are the French National Sea Center. That means we have a public objective. We are missioned by the French government and by various public authorities to deliver some public services, such as education services related to the national education, and all the teachers. We work closely with teachers and with the universities, and we also have various engagement with the region, the public authority of the region, to develop innovation and in the maritime sector. Is that clear now?
Yeah, no, I think it's really useful, really helpful. I think it's a really interesting business model, insofar as I'm not aware of anywhere, for example, in the UK, that operates this joint visitor center type model together with innovation incubation and education. So it's, I think it will be fascinating to understand more and experience more in January. So yeah, it'd be really useful to know. Thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions for Isabelle, Florence, or Gail at all? Nope, I can't see any hands being raised. On that basis, I think it's time for a break for us to be able to make a cup of tea or coffee, or to have a little bit of exercise. I would encourage you to get up and have a walk around. I would suggest, because we are running a little bit late, that we aim to get back for 12 o'clock. So we have a half-hour break, if everybody is in agreement. That would be great. And then if that's okay, I will ask Copa to present when we return, if that's not a problem, and then Gdansk. That's great. Have a wonderful break. I'll see you back at 12 o'clock. So welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody had an enjoyable break and was able to grab a drink and a bite to eat. I can see everybody is back. We're just waiting for Carolina to come back. Laurence is finishing a phone call. There's Carolina, perfect. Piraeus are just taking their seats. That's wonderful. Mochka, do you mind if I ask you to share your screen? Is that something you can do, and you can talk us through COPA's thinking around the transfer of the good practice? I see you're joined by a colleague.
Yes. Here with me is also Slavko Mezek.
Yes, hello to everybody.
Hello.
Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, if you just drop it into presentation mode, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. A little bit about our city. Koper is one of the oldest and the fifth largest city in Slovenia, located at the coastline of the Adriatic Sea in Slovenian Istra, in southwestern part of the country. It's also near the border with Italy and near the Trieste and its port. And Koper is the largest coastal city in the country with a population of about 25,000. Directly next to the city is Port Luka Koper, which is the only that kind in Slovenia. The port has played an important role in the development of the area. It's one of the most important transit roads from Asia to Central and South East Europe. And over the past decade, the port's total shipping traffic has been growing. In recent years, the port has been among the first in the Adriatic in terms of container traffic. The Bay of Koper represents a small portion of the Gulf of Trieste, the northernmost part of Adriatic Sea, and the sea have been recognized as an area of ecological importance, but at the same time also as a sensitive area. Coastal Kars statistical region is a southwestern region made up of 8 municipalities. Ankaran, Isola, Koper, and Piran are the coastal municipalities, and the region ranks fourth among Slovenia's 12 regions in terms of development. The region's economy is closely linked to its geostrategic position and natural features, which allow the development of transport, logistics, tourism, and agriculture activities. The large business companies in connection with the port, logistics, and transport have a significant impact on the region's economic activity, manufacturing, financial, and insurance services, while small and medium-sized enterprises are well developed. And the region has also well developed tourism industry. About half of the companies in the region are located in the municipality of Koper. The key challenges for economic knowledge and innovations in the regions are strengthening cooperation between educational and research institutions and economy, promoting entrepreneurships, promoting cultural and creative industries, strengthening networking and raising the quality of the green tourism offer, and promoting the emergence of smart cities based on digitalization. Coastal tourism, fishing for human consumption, short sea shipping, deep sea shipping, shipbuilding and repair, and cruise tourism are the largest marine sector for Slovenia at this time. Coastal tourism, the largest and the sixth fastest growing, seems to have suffered more than others from the economic crisis, but remains by far the most important. The coastal karst region experience concentrations of tourism in the summer months, and in the last few years, ecotourism and cultural tourism have become increasingly important. The strategy of Slovenian tourism also continues with this orientation. Marine aquaculture, due to limited space, marine aquaculture is not an important activity. However, the sector experienced a growth trend of sea fish and shellfish production. Short sea shipping has experienced considerable growth in the last few years, despite the last economic crisis. And the DC shipping is the fifth largest and third fastest growing maritime activity in Slovenia. Cruise tourism is believed to be a promising maritime activity, and the reasons are, firstly, there's an increasing trend in the number of ships visiting Koper, and secondly, the development of the sector seems to be linked with the development of maritime transport and in general, and the port of Koper in particular. The local challenge is to contribute to the development of the blue economy through an entrepreneurship competition that offers incubation services within existing business support institutions. And the goal is also to strengthen cooperation between support institutions and between educational institutions and the business sector. A little bit about the Regional Development Center, which is located in the municipality of Koper in coastal karst area. It acts as a regional agency that covers 8 municipalities, and is a partner in the project SPOT, Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs, and PONY, where approximately 10 participants are selected through an open competition and then employed at the center for a period of 4 months. And under a professional mentorship and with the help of qualified consultants, they're creating a business model and a business plan. And they are also connecting with entrepreneurs, and they work in a stimulating and well-equipped business environment. In the region, there's also one organization, Incubator Sejana, for innovative potential entrepreneurs and startups, which helps to develop and evaluate their ideas and advises them on starting a business. In the two neighboring regions, we can also find two organizations, Primorska Technology Park in Nova Gorica and Incubator Postojna. There used to be a university incubator of Primorska in Koper, but it's no longer in operation. In Koper, we also have the Primorska Chamber of Commerce and regional chambers of crafts and enterprise of Slovenia, based in Koper, Izola, Piran, and Senžana, and also other centers and organizations building an entrepreneurial support environment in the region besides Regional Development Center Koper. The project BluAct, with its content, fits within a regional development program for coastal Kars region, 2021 and 27. The project defines blue economy as one of the important development pillars in future period, and maritime transport, port of Koper, cruise tourism, aquaculture, and traditional fishery linked to sustainable tourism are the most promising elements in the field of blue economy in our region. Center for the Regional Development Center Koper, this is the first time to cooperate in an BluAct network. So we hope to get to know good practices in blue economy, have opportunity to exchange knowledge and experiences, expand network across Europe between ULG members and also entrepreneurs, get to understand better the blue economy and adapt the good practice and to develop solution which is sustainable and that integrate economic, social, and environmental dimensions. To start up the blue economy in the region and rediscover valuable connection to the sea in a way, respect the sea, connect with the sea, and to identify new ideas and startups and create a blue economy ecosystem in the city or in the region. Regional Development Center Koper invited different potential members for first ULG meeting. The meeting was attended by representatives of Faculty of Mathematics, Natural Science, and Informational Technologies, Faculty of Management, and PINA. Association, which is also a hub for NGOs of the region. And they expressed willingness to their participation in the ULG. Successful entrepreneur is also willing to participate in the group too. A representative of municipality of Koper and a representative of regional chamber of Commerce and Industry Copper apologize for not attending the first meeting. We have political support from Regional Council and Municipality of Koper. We see financial funding as a big challenge. At the ULG meeting, the faculty representatives mentioned that they could offer some professors for workshops and other activities. Regional Development Center has facilities available for its activities, including activities on entrepreneurship, but City Koper doesn't currently have any incubator in operation. And so the nearest incubator in the region is in Sejana. Center has also a long experiences in implementing national and different European projects. Projects in which Center has already participated and which were related to the field of economy and entrepreneurships were Econautinet, Mladi Coin, Slohra Socionet, and Slohra Zonet. Challenges that we feel that might limit our progress are lack of political support for the sectors of blue economy, establishing ULG and motivating members, and motivating potential entrepreneurs. And because Koper doesn't have an incubator, so we need to find other solution for incubation services. For now, Regional Development Center Koper invited to the ULG different key stakeholders from public sector, Municipality of Koper, from private sector, successful entrepreneur, Chamber of Commerce, and Regional Chamber of Commerce, Koper Otok, which is institution which brings together representatives of shops and restaurants from the city center to create a vibrant and lively city with quality offerings. From community sector, PINA, and Association Healthy Entrepreneur, and from academic sector, FAMNIT, then Faculty of Management, Faculty of Maritime Studies and Transport, and Science and Research Center, Koper. At the meeting, we agreed that we need to think bigger in an area way. So for the next ULG meeting, we intend to invite also other potential members, such as Incubator Sejana, Postojna, Primorska Technology Park, and Koper Technical Secondary School, Center for the Promotion of Entrepreneurship, Iran, and other coastal municipalities. ULG coordinator is Regional Development Center Koper, but others will participate in guiding and overseeing the delivery of a Blue Grow competition. Helping to organize workshops and incubation services, promoting the competition and finding suitable candidates for it, and evaluating proposals. So here is just the basic plan as in application form. Our role in transnational level. So we will host a transnational network meeting in June. Specific elements that we will like to address in meetings are how to motivate partners and potential participants, what are the main motives, how many entrepreneurs' ideas were submitted for each competition in the past, what was the level of interest in competition where there was no prize awards, but we already got some answers also to these questions. Links between network activity at the local and transnational level. We will invite ULG members to attend meetings, report back about the meetings, and also invite them to actively participate at the transnational network meeting in Koper. We would like to use the whole package of PRA's good practice and implement it in the current and future entrepreneurial centers and organizations which are and will support innovative ideas and build an entrepreneurial support environment. One change that we might make locally to help accommodate good practice models is the scale. We will need to look for ULG members and potential competitions participants, at least in the regional level. And here is a draft of a project plan. But here I need to add that yesterday's meeting was very useful for us with a lot of information and advices, explanations, and guidances. And after the meeting, we had brainstorming session based on what we heard at the meeting. So we are now leaning in direction of having a competition mainly for young people from colleges, faculties, and secondary schools. Because in the coastal municipalities, we have a number of faculties with suitable programs, such as Faculty of Management, of Tourism, of Maritime and Transport, and then also secondary schools like Technical Secondary School, the Maritime Secondary School, and Tourism Secondary School and gymnasiums. And this direction would also contribute to one of the key challenges of regional development, which is to strengthen cooperation between educational institutions and economy. And we also believe that the best step for sustainable development is to start with young people, as it's a longer process. So the project plan will change a little bit. And a few days ago, it was also just opened a Hack Lab, a platform for science, art, and economy in cooperation between technical secondary school and PINA. And it's about new innovative ideas connected with the sea. So we see this as an opportunity to connect this new lab with the BluAct project. And okay, for the end, potential risks are okay, pandemic situation and lack of interest within partners for ULG and in competition, and also a political support for blue economy sector. That's
Brilliant.
all from me.
Mochka, wonderful work on your presentation. I'll give you a virtual round of applause again. Great work. I think also you should be congratulated on your work so far in developing and building the BluAct local group. It seems to me that you have undertaken a very good early development work in starting to bring together some of the partners that will help you deliver the transfer. So that's great. Does anybody have any questions for Mochka or Slavko, in fact, who so far has got off without doing anything at all? And we should perhaps ask him all the questions. Has anybody got any questions at all for the team in COPA? Gail?
Yes, that's just a remark, not a question. It's about the challenges Mochka just raised. And for us, it was a question I've addressed yesterday already. It's about how to motivate people to enter the ULG and how to motivate people to stay in the ULG group. That's for us, that's the thing we have to address quickly to be sure that the group is strong and can stand for a long time. We have the same concern, and we expect some answer or advice from the group on that point. Thank you.
Maybe a few words. I can contribute also a few words about the situation here in Koper and about also the biggest challenge in the framework of the project. We would like to, and we see the opportunity to put together all organizations, institutions that are dealing with the entrepreneurial support, incubation, and these kind of things. Because we realize that there is a lack of this type of cooperation, and we see the opportunity within this project to enhance and to strengthen the cooperation. So we made already, as Mojca presented, first round of let's say, motivation of partners to enter in this partnership. But we will work on this also in the next step, because we would really like to have all the relevant partners on board within this project, and to establish a long-lasting cooperation between these partners. And we see the opportunity not only to realize this competition in this round, but also to put together the activities of other institutions all together and try to identify where we can support each other and try to build synergies with between and among all these institutions and activities. So, and in this communication between all these partners, we see also the opportunity to specialize activities so that each institution could contribute a part where the institution is the strongest. This is one point. The other point it is that we would like to invite and to take into account also institutions that are in the region, but not in the town of Koper, or city of Koper itself, because as Mojca already mentioned, that there is a very successful incubator in Sežana. And if we will assess that some business idea that would get the most from this incubator, we will work together with the incubator of Sežana and to direct this in there. So that's it, more or less.
Brilliant, thank you, Slavko. That's very useful, very interesting. I have one question for you as a team, which is really having visited Koper on a cruise ship myself. I wonder to what extent one of the challenges that you have as an economy is locking the value of the cruise visitor into your local economy. For example, when I visited Koper, I apologize quite considerably for this action, but I jumped on a coach on a day trip to Ljubljana and went and spent all of my money in Ljubljana, which I have to say I was very impressed with, the most beautiful city. And my experience of Koper was extremely limited. And I wonder to what extent this is an economic challenge that you recognize, and is it an economic challenge that you think, for example, and I'm being creative here, but if you were to work with the Chamber of Crafts and Guilds, for example, to develop a visitor center for local craftspeople to demonstrate or sell their local wares, their local things that they make. Do you think that maybe the cruise operators would change their itinerary structure to make sure that the cruise visitors came and spent their money in Koper rather than in Ljubljana? Just a creative idea for you. I wondered what you thought.
Thank you for your question. Yes, you raised a very, very interesting issue. This is a problem because maybe Koper has not so strong image as, for example, Ljubljana and some other places in Slovenia, such as Bled and Postojnska Jama and so on. And in this way, many people from these cruisers are young there, and as you mentioned, spend their money in other places. And in the framework of one project that we were involved in, we raised this issue, and we also succeeded to establish a very successful and long-lasting association of shopkeepers in the city center in Koper. So the idea it was that they have to work together, and they have to have a clear idea so what they want from this cruise tourism, and also that they also negotiate with the municipality of Koper and so on as a one organization and not separated each other from individuals. So now we have this institution Koper Otok, Koper Island, and they are active in this area, and we see the opportunity of the BluAct projects also in this, to develop together with them some innovative products which could lead to more benefits to get from the cruise tourism as it was up to date. But I have to say that they did already a lot, and they are on the right path. They are willing to work together. And yes, the BluAct is the opportunity also for entrepreneurs in this sector.
Brilliant. Thank you, Slavko. That's great. And apologies for my actions and behavior. I'm sorry. I didn't know any better at the time. Next time I visit, I'll make sure I don't do that. Brilliant. Does anybody else have any questions for Koper? If not, what I'm going to propose is that we take a lunch break now until 1:30, and that we come back with Carolina's presentation after lunch, if that's okay, Carolina. Everybody else happy with that suggestion? Brilliant. Thank you very much. See you back at 1:30. Take care. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Right, good afternoon, everybody. I hope we had an enjoyable break and lunch and were able to be refreshed. Apologies if it was a bit shorter than expected. I'm conscious we're running a little bit behind time, so I'm going to try and see if we can catch up a little bit if I can. I'd like to hand over to Carolina and Anna, if that's okay, to tell us more about their thinking about Gdansk and the blue economy. Thank you.
Hi, I will start. We will share the screen time with Carolina. So now I will try to share my presentation with you. Where is it? Is it here? Can you see it? Can you see the presentation? Okay, great. I want to set my timer. Okay. So hello from Gdańsk again. This is where Gdańsk is located. As you can see, it's at the Baltic Sea coastline, north of Poland. Sorry. Yeah, it's hard to talk about Gdańsk without our neighboring cities, Sopot and Gdynia, because our cities are next to each other. We are called Three Cities together and have around 800,000 inhabitants. Gdańsk is the capital and the largest city of the Pomorskie Voivodeship. It's also located in the beautiful region called Kaszubia, which is known for lakes and forests. It's Poland's principal seaport and the center of the country's fourth largest metropolitan area. We experienced a lot of changes after 1989. The city relied on shipyards, shipbuilding for many years. Those biggest shipyards like Gdańsk shipyard was closed in the 90s, and the big transformation started then. Now one of the biggest industry in the region is port and all the companies that cooperate with port in Gdańsk. This is one of the most important getaway and a major hub for the South of and East Baltic region, with recently expanded deep water container terminal, which is located in Gdańsk, and a lot of people works there. We are also preparing for the energy transformation, and our region is going to play an important role in new offshore wind industry in Poland. So we are expecting a lot of new jobs in the region. And people moving from all, like for example, south of country, which has coal mines, for example, now to our region. That's one of the things that can happen in the future. Also, it's the touristic is a strong industry in our region, Kaszubę, but also the coastline, the beaches, the beautiful cities are very famous among tourists, and we have like around 2 million tourists in Gdańsk every year. So they suffered a lot because of pandemic as well. We are Gdańsk Entrepreneurship Incubator Starter. So we are familiar with incubation process. We are located in Gdańsk. We combine business and education to create leaders of the future, also in maritime industry. Our organization is not so big. We have around about 40 employees. We have a building you can see here with offices for startups and other companies. We run acceleration and incubation programs for students and graduates as well. We have educational programs about entrepreneurship for schools in mostly in Gdańsk, but also in the region. We are the incubator is run by the Gdańsk Entrepreneurship Foundation, which was founded by the city of Gdańsk. So even if we are NGO, we are working very close with the municipality. And what are our challenges? The greatest challenge is a green and blue transformation of the whole economy in the region. And also, when we were talking about how it looks like in the city and region, we realized that we have the regional policy on maritime industry, but we don't have a local policy on the city policy that address the maritime industry issues. However, there are many initiatives on the regional level aiming to activate dialogue between industry, business, academia, and administration. And I will say more about them. Here you can see the picture from the former Gdańsk shipyard, which now become a center, a place where you spend your free time, and it's going to be a business center and a new district in Gdańsk. So the local initiatives we already have are Pomorskie Smart Specialization for specialization that cover the main fields of the economy that are strong on development and innovation potential. One of them is the offshore port and logistic technologies. I will tell more about it in a minute. The second initiative is Pomorskie Offshore Platform with over 70 members representing different stakeholders. Their aim is to influence the law on national level and to also build a capacity, also capacity building and development of skills needed for the future jobs and the future industries that are going to develop in the region. And also, last but not least, we are working on social cohesion, and sustainability is also important for us. And this is why we initiated the project Women Build Ships Too, supported by the city of Gdańsk this time. So first, more about smart specializations. The first one, as I said, is offshore port and logistic technologies. And our incubator is the leader of this specialization, which means that we are running webinars, conferences, we are working on networking, we are coordinating thematic groups, which are trade education, energy mix, and new technologies. The first part of the first financial period is going to end by the end of October. So we are not sure about the future of this activity, but for sure we have built a great network of companies from the region who are focused on technology, on services, on new skills needed in the maritime industry in our region. One of our main events is CITEC conference, which is happening every year. So it's an international annual conference. This year it happened in April, and it's a possibility for a networking, for knowledge exchange. This year we have guests from Poland and abroad, from the biggest ports in Europe, for example. And we were focused on 3 topics: specialization of ports, marine industry for offshore, and the use of hydrogen, so the alternative fuels. This is also the great topic, and a lot is happening around this topic in the region. And Women Build Ships Too, the project I'm managing, we decided to start this project in 2019 when we realized that even if we work with maritime industry experts, but there are only few women among them. So our aim is to strengthen the leadership competencies of women working in maritime in our region, raising their visibility as experts, and promote maritime jobs among young people by creating role models. Because of this project, we have a lot of insights from the job market, but also how young professionals, young women experience this job market, what challenges they face, and what struggles do they have, because this is the mentoring program is a process. This year we have 10 mentors and 10 mentees. Mentees are women, young women, undergraduate and graduate students, and mentors are men and women working in maritime. They supporting those professionals are supporting young professionals in finding their first job, internship, and how to navigate in a new workplace. And we could share our insights with you if you would like to, because we think that inclusion and diversity is also the thing we need to address in the maritime industry. In Poland, the situation is quite hard still. We're at the beginning of the process. It's still my dominated industry, and it means that sometimes we lose great talents because young women don't want to work in a toxic work environment. And we believe that innovation, it's also important to have diversity and inclusion, not only women, but also it's important to talk about neurodiversity, for example, sexual orientation when we talk about people working on the sea, and etc., etc. So yeah, now I share my my screen time, I would say, with Carolina, and she will take it from me here, and I will try to let her control the presentation. So Carolina, please.
Thank you. I'll just try.
Yeah, wait a minute. I need to. Oh, you can try now. I guess it's working.
Yeah, it's working. Thank you, Anya. So hello everyone again. I'm the second part of Gdańsk team, and I can't go back to a previous slide. Okay. Thank you. So I would like to tell you a little bit more about another initiative, another project that takes place in Gdańsk, in Incubator Starter, and it's called SB Bridge. It's an international project reaching to young people, students of universities and vocational education secondary schools. And the main goal is bringing students and green and blue labor market closer together, as we, together with other partners, realized that there is this huge mismatch and gap between the education system, the curriculums, and business itself. So we wish to reduce this mismatch, but also to improve motivation of the younger people, younger students, to reach for green and blue related studies and jobs. So there is 5 countries involved: Denmark, Germany, Lithuania, Sweden, and Poland, we in Gdańsk. And the main activities are green camps, international camps for students, and Techno Olympics. The first camps were organized in live in 2 countries, and obviously due to pandemic, the other activities are taking place online. And each of them is around one of the 5 themes: renewable energy, waste management, green building, clean transportation, and water management. In my opinion, the experience and conclusions from this project, which is just coming to an end, are also relevant to our BluAct program, which I'm gonna elaborate a little more in a minute. Just to stress what our motivation for joining the program, for joining BluAct team and the project is that we realize, as a business incubator, that the future of business is green. And as we are placed by the sea, we also think that there is no green without blue. And actually, this is the sentence I found on BluAct Basecamp forum in the article from first wave I think the Portuguese officials summed it up in this way. So I really liked it, and I find it relevant and in line with our values. So we look forward expanding further knowledge and skills needed to support Blue growth, as Anya mentioned, in all business fields we are supporting, but obviously in this project mainly in maritime industry. And also we would like to learn from the collaboration from with all of you, with all the partners, and with all the lessons learned from the previous BluAct wave. So our aspiration is firstly, as you may see, the first 3 points very much in line with the main goals of Blue Growth Initiative. Therefore, it's strengthening the traditional economic activities in maritime economy and with innovative business idea, but also adding on that from our perspective, as Anya mentioned, addressing social cohesion and some gender or other inequalities that are relevant to the job market within the industry. We want to inspire and help young entrepreneurs realize innovative concepts relating to maritime and freshwater resources, create new jobs within the field, but also to stimulate intersectional cooperation between business, municipalities, and university. It's already have been happening during our previous projects, but as we find out, it's not perfect yet. So this is another opportunity for us within the BluAct to take it to another level. And we want to connect and integrate this 3-city and regional strategic policies, and maybe to involve cooperation between the cities on producing new policies concerning maritime industry. And the top level and going further goal for the future is becoming a green business incubator and implementing green and blue priorities throughout all the projects and activities and services. So we want to implement whatever we're gonna work on here, whatever tools we can develop within the project to our other activities. And our assets are firstly the networks that exist due to smart specialization we are leading, and other projects around maritime industry that have engaged the social stakeholders from business, academia, and municipalities. We've already mapped the potential participants of ULG network, and we've reached almost 20 of them, and we've got the response from the majority of them with some ideas on how we could run the program. Here you've got listed the institutions themselves. Obviously, we've got the political support due to our place in Gdańsk as a foundation established by City of Gdańsk, but also with cooperation with Smart Specialization with Pomeranian Voivodeship Office. We've got facilities, as you could see at the picture Anya showed before. So we've got offices and conference center and so on and so forth. We've got existing collaborative bodies, and I think the most important thing from the other points I mentioned here, because the time comes to an end, is that we've got a big and a long experience in running incubation and acceleration program and involving different stakeholders and business into the programs. And the main experience and conclusion is that it's very challenging to find and to engage business on a long-term relationship and active collaboration. We've got many success stories, and we've seen the whole process over more than 10 years in the tech industry, how it works, how the companies have been engaged at the first place in a way that we want to engage them here. So we just invite them to the program. We want them to be involved as mentors voluntarily and so on. And later on, they became more and more involved as key sponsors, later as key partners, and they then taking over the role of leaders in running their own acceleration programs. So we've got many experiences to share, which we may discuss together and maybe try to find a solutions to overcome the barriers and risk we've been discussing for the 2 days. And I'm not going to say anything new. Sorry. Yeah, that's my time over. Sorry about that. So this is the challenges we've already discussed about funding, about engaging experts and stakeholders and startup recruiters. And I'm just going to say about the next steps, and because we've got some ideas how to address those challenges. And this is also maybe a suggestion on our invitation to all of you and all the other partners, maybe to do it together. And firstly, within the step of establishing ULG, we are planning to run a workshop for the ULG members to diagnose and analyze their interests and needs. So all the challenges, and like maybe not the challenges, but the themes we're going to tackle within the competition itself and later the incubation program will be responding to their interests. So they would feel engaged, and they will know why they would they should be active members of this process. And we want to recruit the Growth ambassadors within the ULG group, and maybe we could connect them internationally, like together from France and Copper and Pyrrhus. Maybe some other ULG members from the first wave would be also interested in connecting, so they get more motivated and engaged. And in terms of competition preparation, we were thinking maybe about introducing the international workshop, or maybe just adding it onto the agenda of one of our international meetings, so we could compare the conclusions of whatever we found out relevant for our ULG members and how to keep them engaged and motivated. And after that, choose the thematic priorities and precising the target group for ourselves, because obviously each partner is going to have their own priorities. And fundraising, we've already discussed funding part of the program with the municipality, and they expressed the interest, and we are starting to build the business offers, and later on building the incubation program itself, which as a method is very well known to us, but in detail we would like it to be built together with the partners. And last but not least, the ongoing celebration and promotion, which is going to be run together with the communication team from Pyrrhus. And as far as we've planned so far, and the application stated, the transnational meeting is going to take place in September 2020, where we're going to analyze and reflect upon whatever we have done in the project up until this moment. Thank you very much, and sorry about the prolonging.
Thank you very much, Anna and Carolina. That's wonderful. I know you were slightly nervous that you didn't have enough information to present, but I think you've done a wonderful job. So again, I'm going to give you a virtual round of applause as usual, and everybody else can congratulate you for a great job. Well done. Very interesting. Does anybody have any questions for Anna and Carolina on Gdansk's thoughts around their transfer roadmap? I can't see any hands up. So I'll very briefly just make a couple of comments, which also I think Isabel and Monica, you may want to have a think about. My feeling a little bit is that I really liked your statement of your challenge, because it was phrased in the way that is a challenge. I think Isabel, Monica, you may want to just have a look at your statements of challenges, because actually I think they might be slightly more phrased as solutions rather than the core challenge, if you see my point. I think that Gdansk in making its statement about the problem that it's trying to solve has identified the core problem around entrepreneurship and a lack of entrepreneurship, or a lack of entrepreneurship in the blue economy. And from that statement of the core challenge flows the solution. And I think often it's very common for people to jump straight to the solution. So maybe I think if everybody just has a look at the challenge again, I think that would be a useful outcome. But other than that, I thought it was a really good and interesting presentation. So if nobody else has anything to add, what I will do is I will feed back to you individually some thoughts in advance. Everybody, I'll feed back to everybody individually some thoughts just in advance of the process of preparing the transfer roadmap Word document, and I'll just give you some thoughts on email in relation to your presentation. But I think it's very good. Well done, everybody. Great news. Great job. Tioni, do you have anything that you particularly want to session?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm very impressed also for all this work, because we have a very good and mature partners now. And as we do, we have the competition for inspiration, and sorry, we want to have an action, this as an action, this competition, in order to inspire young people. And this is what is common for all of us. And I think we can have to inspire each of other partners the specialization of the matters and the theme of sectors that has every its country, because Piraeus mostly it has to do with transport, logistics, and the tech transformation that we want to have for all these activities. Because text transformations it has to do with blue economy, and this is the question for us, because we want to be ahead with tech. So I know that we have traditional activities, but we want to connect them with tech in all the ways. So these are questions for us, and all the activities we are doing, we want to give away in this. So we have development, green development also, and blue, but in a digital way. So we don't have a seafood production as belongs to Mer, but we have also touristic questions that also have as you say, the cruise port that we want to transform because we have so many cruises that come to port, but they leave and go to Athens Head, right directly. Because Athens and Piraeus, it's too close, and they do not stay in Piraeus never. So we have many questions also to to solve with you, and we learn from you also. And also for incubators, I want to say that Dusk is very dynamic in this with their organizations for incubation, and we're trying to funding our incubator, but the problem is that we want to do it in digital way, and I don't know if they do this also in Dusk, because mostly we want to transform it in digital way, the incubator. So maybe Carolina want to ask to this?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean by digital incubator, but we also have the service for the companies where they can virtually register with us. That's one of the options, not being a part of the community, but not being like physically within the incubator. And nowadays, for last more than a year, we almost all of our programs and services are online. Therefore, we just started a tech seed incubator program, incubation program for tech companies, which is also online. But I'm not sure whether that's the solution.
Yes, I'm okay with your answer, because we try to do it online also, and to do it directly to the business online.
Okay, so we can share some tips with you as well, because yeah, for example, the mentoring program is in a hybrid form. So if we can do it offline, online. That's this is what we need to deal with.
Okay, and I don't have anything else to add, James.
No, that's great. That's really interesting observations, Tioni. I think this idea of digital transition is something we can explore as we go through our work, I think, and we can explore ideas that we have for digital transition. So I think that's a good point, and we can look at this as we go through the what I've decided to do, because a number of you have identified the same challenge or problem, I thought what might be a good idea is to change the agenda a little bit, and for us to explore and discuss this problem that has been identified about how to motivate organizations to participate in the ULG. I know some of you said in the chat function that we could make this a subject of a future meeting, but I'm a little bit worried that if we leave this until January, it will be too late for us to learn and to understand what others have done to solve this problem. So what I'm offering to do for you is to undertake a little bit of research after this meeting into some of the ideas that other cities have used and developed to motivate people to participate in BluAct local groups and to participate in the project. So what I would like us to do for the next 15 minutes is, Angelos, if technology works for us, is going to split us into two smaller groups. And I would like you to nominate somebody within the group to make some very brief, very short notes. And that person will be asked to report back at the end of the session. We have about 15 minutes for a discussion and a maximum of 5 minutes to report back. So I would be grateful if people would be brief when they report back about the key ideas that they came up for motivating people to participate. And ideally, I'd like us to maybe record 4 or 5 different creative ideas that we can use to help or encourage other partners to participate in the ULG. And what I will do once you've fed back is I will go and do some research, and I will produce a bit of a report after the back of this meeting with some ideas and some other concepts and thoughts. But we're going to use this almost as our first bilateral, trilateral meeting to explore a problem that we all share and to come up with ideas to solve it. So the question is how to motivate organizations to participate in the ULG. Angelos, can you send us into 2 meeting rooms for 15 minutes, please?
Who is going with who?
You choose. Just, I think it doesn't really make a lot of difference. I think I would suggest, as I have replied, I think via the chat function, perhaps partnering COPA and Boulogne-sur-Mer as one group with anybody else you want to add in, and Piraeus and Gdansk maybe in the other group. Or alternatively, just put us into 2 smaller groups and we can have that discussion.
Mute.
The wonders of technology. I'm impressed that you can manage to do this, Angelos.
Anna Miller and Carolina with Piraeus.
Yeah.
Okay. And who else in the first group?
You choose. Maybe some representatives from Piraeus. So maybe your own room in that group as well.
Okay, so this is the first group. Okay, Angelo finalized this one. These 4, because we're here in Piraeus, we are more than 1.
Jim, do you want to be also in that group, or are you going to the second one?
I'll join the COPA and the Boulogne-sur-Mer group.
So all the other in the G groups. Okay. Open the rooms. We are set, and now we will open the rooms to join them.
15 minutes only, that would be perfect. Thank you.